There's a weird way to run this game, this shit, but see what we can work with. Test. Alright, where's my controller? Okay. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna take a little bit of getting used to maybe. I'm a little bit like zoomed in. I'm a little bit zoomed in. There we go. Oh, I have the these characters turned non-seasonal. What was it that has the where's my... Okay, let me go check the thing. It's the unlocker or whatever, right? Everything got dumped here. The vault chest unlocker. And then everything else got dumped over here. So that's the only. This is the only thing we want right now. Re-enter vault and try again. Okay. Yay, more space! Yay. Alright, now what do? We grind more theme, or what are we doing right now? Ah, fuck, it's been a while, so I don't know what exactly I was doing. Fuck, I don't know. What was I doing? Pets? I guess I should try to level up these pets. What am I trying to fuse next? That's the real question. The feed power on these things. I should be looking to get 2 new seasonal characters, I guess, but zero on the speed. I mean, I guess what I can do for now is just grind out that fucking snake pit. So I can do that right now. What's the feed power of this thing? Not that great. Mic check, mic check. Okay. So, audio seems good. Fucking brick? What? You what, mate? Use that for crafting, I guess.
Could make all the difference. We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
This is unplayable. This is very unplayable. This is, I can't. No. I'm not playing that. I am not playing that. I am not playing that. I'm sorry. I am not playing that. I am not playing that.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Moon Knight.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yeah, and I got friends to help.
Huh. You know, you should invest in a way to hide in the dark. Like maybe black clothes.
The moon is white, Stark. It shines in the night.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Yeah, I can't play again. Let me leave!
New Tic Tac Chewy isn't what you expect. A candy with layers of fruity flavor and a hard outer shell. That's soft on the inside. Tic Tac Chewy, soft on the inside.
One of my team, one of the last games I played, we literally went all DPS and nobody wanted to play hero team. Very upset right now. Not even a little, very upset right now. I was literally at plat 2 and lost it because people didn't want.
Can I not comment on this shit? Why is this not displaying the fucking comments? Like, I can't comment? Can I just not comment?
Fuck.
Alright, I guess I just can't comment, so I'm just gonna need the... That's a big L, I guess. Okay, boys, today we're gonna look at this, whatever this is. Asmongold reacting to Cat Tungrili.
Well, the anime has gone too far.
Oh no. This is already, you already know. This is already
What?
too much.
Wait, what's it called?
This is the limit.
The Kunai-san's dog? Why was this made? It was made because they're wearing short skirts. And dogs are usually below that level. That's why it was made. I mean, I feel like everybody, like, we pretty much could have guessed that one, huh?
Here, aside from your own imagination, if you can envision it, it can get made. But, like the inventor of a fart machine in a wind tunnel, have we ever stopped and asked, should it get made? Interspecies reviewers, World's End Harem.
How about that?
Anime.
I
About
feel,
that.
oh, there we go. That's a new one. Jesus Christ.
Process
It
it.
just makes me think of.
Let it, let him process.
You've been pushing degeneracy to a whole new level.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, God damn. I don't think it's really that big of a surprise because people love this degenerate weird shit.
Yeah, yeah.
It completely feels like, yeah, this is a totally normal thing for
The, yeah, it's
They love
at the point where there's no surprise. And I have to agree with the man there. It's the normal. The weird is the new normal. You're actually weird for being normal at this point. You're actually weird for being normal. Like what are you, fucking some traditional fucking blue collar worker? Ew.
The line gets more and more blurry, so the question plaguing humanity since the beginning of time is, how far can anime go?
Do I, bruh, you don't even want to know the answer to that shit. I don't even want to know. That is a question you do not want answered at all.
But how
Oh, that shit has passed. That shit has passed. Long past the line.
dogs?
Le Doge?
Isekai dog people species, not some guy wearing a dog costume. Just dogs. Why did it have to be dogs? What did dogs
because
do to
everybody
deserve?
knows dogs. That's why, because people know what a dog is. People have a dog, so like, yeah, like people understand it.
Of this, man's best friend, the purest thing has gifted us with. If you've ever
You know what? I kind of want to watch that show and see what it's about.
Oh no. Oh no. What? That has you. That's.
How do you
that you
know?
are categorically correct. This is a cursed show I probably should have
Bro, what?
had a single
What?
terrifying.
Oh no.
This is gonna be someone's first anime. So, to allow myself to sleep on
That's, you know what that right there, it's gonna ruin someone's life.
this is gonna be someone's first anime.
They're gonna look at that, that's gonna be their first anime, and that's gonna be in the back of their fucking brain for the rest of their lives. That's gonna make an impact on their lives, and they're not gonna be the same person since. It's gonna ruin lives, it just is. And they're crying for you, the viewer.
Hurry. That's right.
My duty to make a PSA to tell that person, shh, it's okay, it's alright. I can't promise that tomorrow's gonna
The person watching it didn't like it. Like, why are we just assuming that the person watching the anime didn't like it?
including Yui Ogara, Mamiko Noto, Nana Mizuki, and more. I can already tell this girl exudes my energy. What makes me say that? No reason. The secret between Issa and her teammates are in my energy.
This is
What makes me
this. Oh God. Wow.
Now let's talk about this gameplay. You have 3D real-time combat, high-quality 2D and 3D modeling, employing tactics and bullet time. These are just words. I don't need to say anything. Just have a look at how beautiful it all comes together with music that bangs.
Bro, what is that?
Discover the story behind all these characters. Start your adventure with Higan Yuruthil today by clicking the link in the description to download it. And you have a 100% chance to get the powerful SSR media. Also, you can use my code in the description to get my special rewards in Higan Yuruthil.
What does SSR even stand for? How did everybody just agree that SSR is the best?
We're saying red. Yeah, social security. I don't know. Yeah.
I feel like at that point,
Thank you very much for sponsoring me today, and with that, back to my life as Inukai's dog. Dog fact number 1. Dogs have 18 muscles to move their ears. In some ways, it's impressive that a show could give a man who's seen Redo of Healer, who likes Domestic Girlfriend, who's seen some of the most degenerate shit.
Oh no, not that show. Hell no, not that show.
He is a dog. When I first saw the basic premise of this,
This is just, bro, this is just some fucking voyeurism. That's what it is. So, it gets
A flash in the pan. It's what it does. It delivers, and it's out. It's just out.
worse. What do you like? Is this supposed to be a surprise to me? What do you think? It didn't get worse?
I said to myself, cool.
It's expected to get worse. That's his job.
The guy wakes up as a dog. I'm a seasoned isekai fan.
Be surprised if it stays the same.
Dumber than waking up as a sword or waking up as a vending machine. Maybe they'll tackle the human struggles of trying to live as a dog. Maybe the psychological effects of being stuck in a dog's body, having to navigate a society made by humans, having your daily survival be completely reliant on that of another human being. There's a lot of places this.
Or Doge.
Within the first 5 minutes of taking the dog home, the first thing Karen Inikai decides to do, yes, her name is Karen, which is very on theme.
And see that you could already see the perversion coming from. Oh yeah, there we go. It's all bad. It's all bad. All bad. It's all bad. The moment you even click on the show, it's all bad.
Yep. Spares no time. Yes. The funny part
And
is
no
that it
time.
sells.
Chop up to it. You know what you're here for. No suspense. Look at that. What the fuck?
Maybe this could be wholesome if wholesome was spelled without a W. But it soon becomes.
Throw away. Just throw it away. Whatever sense you have left.
She takes her dog for a walk, but is feeling a little devious. Okay, I'll stop now. And almost immediately tries.
I negate.
That's actually one of the least depressing parts of this show. In no particular order, here are some things depicted in My Life as Inikai's Dog that involves a girl and a dog. Bathing naked, tail jobs, seductive feet licking.
Bro, what the fuck? What the actual fuck?
Jobs.
Bruh,
Seductive feet licking.
bruh, big bruh, nothing but
Getting a dog
bruh.
to lick your chamber of secrets. Enticing a dog with your chamber of secrets. Giving a dog a ball gag. Breastfeeding.
That's crazy.
Dog.
So they just went all the way with it.
This is straight
That's
up.
nuts.
Some of these acts are in the anime, some further on in the manga. Yes, that's right. I read further into the manga. Don't ask me what force compelled me to do so, because I still don't know myself. Maybe I wanted to.
Nah, you're a dark person.
It's like if like how is this madness gonna end? Like one day he wakes up as a normal guy and now she's his girlfriend and they live happily ever after. I have a feeling that doesn't happen.
No.
Why in God's name is the art for this manga actually really fucking good? Dog fact number 2. No two dogs' noses are alike. Many people have drawn comparison to Chainsaw Man, because like Chainsaw Man, the dog is named Pochta. Now Chainsaw Man's Pochta has joined the short list of the highest commendation you can get in an
People love this thing, even though it was only there in the first episode. Oh yeah, they think he's great. Or I don't even know if it's a he or what.
anime. Being a good boy.
Yeah.
At this point, maybe it shouldn't have a gender. I think for the better of all of us, it shouldn't have a gender.
Bond is not a good boy. That's a bad boy.
Oh yeah, look at that, intentionally just going for it.
Then there's Inukai. Woofs for their owner, goes on walks, and becomes one with Pochita. Because she does. She
Oh man, nah, there's nothing good in there.
Dude. Oh my god, that is amazing.
Inukai is the outlier here.
Wow.
The freak who loves a dog a little too much. But of course, the show had to
Bro.
straight out of the watch list of your local animal services. There's the tsundere, Nekotani. As your resident tsundere ambassador, we do not claim Nekotani. She can go.
Nah, but what the hell? Tsundere towards the dog? What the shit is that?
Usagi, a girl so down bad she makes the average Genshin player look like a functional member of society. Not just limiting it to dogs, she decided to force herself on a poor table, which depressingly adds inanimate objects to the growing list of things that have more riz than weebs do. If I had $1 for every anime girl I've seen do unspeakable things to a table, I'd have 2, which is $2 richer than I want to be. Well, unless that's what you're into, I suppose.
I am the table.
Then, of course, completing the trilogy is the yandere, Inukai herself.
I am the table.
Then,
By the way, cat ears. Like, you think that you thought that it was gonna forget that? Absolutely.
No, that you have to slap it. It's part of the package.
Nope.
of course, completing
It's in
the
there.
trilogy is the
It's in to
yandere,
stay.
Inukai herself. We can already agree. Do not stick your dick in crazy, especially the kind that this crazy wants. While the rest of the world was asking, what
The dog doing?
Inukai was more concerned with
The dog doing?
dog facts number 3. Dogs may be able to,
Oh God.
if you should subject yourself to 12
Hey, Nick, you Nick.
follow chart for you to follow. First, ask yourself, do you like dogs? If your answer is no,
Not like.
do not watch this show.
But if your answer is fucking yes, still don't watch the show. Capiche?
If your answer is yes,
Don't watch
do
this
not
show.
watch this show. Skydiving,
Oh.
mountain biking, ordering the extra large portion in America.
You actually, if you order the extra large hot dog, you just get one really long hot dog. You don't get two half-length hot dogs. He's in, yeah, see, he don't know that. He needs to go to Sonic. Become a real American.
In America, tweeting out Chainsaw Man is mid, setting your notifications to vibrate, then putting your phone in your pants.
Oh,
All
yeah, they
non-crazy
did.
activities
Whatever that was.
That would actually be a good anime, like a girl who's addicted to like using her phone as a vibrator, and she does it by farming hate on the internet and then getting notifications. That's a really good idea.
He's twisted.
Somebody should do that.
Husband is twisted. Like up print,
It already
Project
is.
Thinker, whatever, fucking idea maker. Hire him.
Never mind.
Hire him.
This is something that should be left behind in the bowels of time. In fact, as of this very moment, I am working on a time machine so I can go back and get us back on the right timeline. Because what hope is there left for humanity, knowing that a sentient human being wrote
Not
this,
much. I
and
mean,
more
at this
sentient
point-
human beings made the conscious decision to greenlight this into an anime. And throughout that entire long process, not a single person stopped to ask themselves, what in the biblical fuck?
I think it's more like, ain't no more room for hate. If you hate yourself more than the world hates you, it's just like, if you hate yourself, it can't get any worse.
The Day of Reckoning.
I love how, again, there are people that like to fuck dogs.
Oh, yeah, well,
This show is for those people. Now, you can make an argument
I'm out the gate with it, yeah.
that they shouldn't have a show. And I would agree with you. I don't think they should have a show either. But let's not pretend like this show doesn't have an audience.
Because it does, unfortunately.
No, fuck anything. No, I mean, I'm just saying,
Disgusting.
like, look, it is what it is. I love how everybody's trying to pretend like, oh, wow, I can't believe this is real. Of course it's fucking real. Like, what do we all have to be privileged? You guys just joined the internet yesterday? You forgot about Mr. Hands? Come on.
Up to it, guys.
It's always been like this.
Yeah. Great.
When humanity stands
Gonna catch on to the weird. Update your weirdness, guys.
Standing between us and salvation will be Yunukai's dog. On that day, we will have to look up at God and tell him that this is what humanity has done. This is what mankind has led to. The souls of all humans will beg and plead not to be forsaken, not to be rejected from the gates of heaven. But in the end, all we can do is repent and ask for
We go straight to
forgiveness.
hell, if there is
From
one.
God, forgiveness
There
from
should
each
be,
other,
at this point.
forgiveness from our dogs.
Yeah.
Which is
Because-
what we deserve. In conclusion, I'm a cat person now.
Yeah. Switch themes.
My life. Oh, there's another one? Oh, I bet there will be. I wonder how many people watch this show. You know what's really fucking upsetting, and I think it's going to be a real black pill for a lot of people,
Uh-oh,
is
here
I
comes the
bet
news.
this show is popular. Never underestimate humanity's drive to bring their fucked up kinks to life in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I knew someone who spent 2 years learning to animate specifically for the purpose of making a single porn video. 2 years. What's funny about that is, like, he literally could have just waited a few years and done it with ChatGPT. Yeah, he wasted his fucking time.
That's final thoughts. I'm dead inside. My thoughts. Okay, today's video is gonna be a funny, cause I guess, I mean, you know, whatever, we do a mix of funnies, but also some of them are a little more in-depth to things, but this is one of the funnier. It's gonna be one of the funnier ones. We're gonna watch memes that annoy, done by this greely who apparently, allegedly, laughs like a vulture.
So we're gonna have hot single chatters near you. True. The basement's very cozy, you know? Okay, chat, let's watch memes that annoy.
Memes. And, are memes still hot today? What about annoying ones?
This happens way too much, chat. Do you click on this or do you don't? I personally, I don't. You know what?
I'm a big fan of the crayon, you know, the crayon circle. I do this every time. So maximum, you know, when you see someone just drawing up a circle like it's a fucking coloring book, then you know it's like this. Raw form is the best form of meme.
One of these that made me so angry. It was one to like select all the square with buses, something like that, and there was a mirror. And then
I don't think it matters though when they do the thing or the check. I don't think it has really mattered to me, but
the mirror's reflection, that was a bus, right? So I was like, do I click on the bus on the mirror reflection? Does it count or does it not count? Oh no, wait, does I never had it getting on my pants. These are pants here, right? Oh, that's so...
You get hooked, and then, oh, that has happened to me, definitely. You're storming out, and you're just angry, and then something pulls you back, and then you could rip your clothes, and then you're just like, at that point, all I see is red. I'm very angry when that happens.
So annoying, bro. Bite it? Wait.
Biting it, yeah. Fun little story. So fun little story. One time, as a kid, I was I don't know, was I a kid or I was like a teenager, I would say. You know, I was adolescent, I would say, like high school years, more or less, right? My Heart Gold version, Pokemon Heart Gold version, was not acting right. That game was just being all funky and it wasn't booting. I kid you not, I got mad at the game, I bit it. I bit the shit out of the game, I put it back, and it worked. To this day, I do not know how on earth that happens, but I bit the crap out of the cartridge, and I put it back, and it fucking worked. Make it make sense.
What? Does anyone do that? Don't bite your laptop, guys.
Someone looking from the outside, why the fuck would you bite something you're angry at? You're just angry, you just bite, this is the way some people take out their anger sometimes.
Get a free 1-month subscription. Please enter the credit card information.
There's never a free subscription that you don't have to put your credit card information and you are always gonna forget about it and not cancel it.
Me does something. My mind 3 seconds later. Did you do it though?
I hate this. I'm always like that with like closing the door.
Yeah,
I always have to go back
it's like
and
OCD type shit. I used to suffer that a lot as a kid, actually. It really fucks with your head because like you get into this whole surreal ass conversation with yourself, like it's almost existential even, because then you're countering the shit out of yourself with like your own arguments, and it makes no fucking sense and it's silly at the end of the day. But you'll be like, did I do it? I think I did. But why would you be asking yourself if you did it? Because then you must have not really done it. Well, I'm pretty sure that I did it, because why would I not be in this position if I... And then you just get into a whole rabbit hole of like countering your own argument. It's dumb.
like, did I actually lock it though? Always! Oh my god, I hate it!
My eyes follows a mosquito around the room. Mosquito. Jeez.
That right there, when you're locked on, thankfully I'm in a white room, like I'm in a white painted room, but depending on the color of your surroundings, if you're in a darker, you know, you're gonna struggle to locate mosquitoes because you're locking into that thing. Your eyes, when you lock onto a mosquito, you lock the fuck on, at least me. If they fly around a dark area, you're losing that bitch. You are losing track of that thing. That thing is a ninja at that point.
In a nice, quiet, and calm room, my ears ringing for no reason. When the shower is at its hottest temperature, but it's still not hot enough, I wanted to burn my skin. So when you want to use an arrow key to fast forward the video, it actually increases the volume.
Oh, happens all the time. I don't know why that happens, man. Why does that have to happen? It's so annoying.
Always, because I always check the volume after I start the video, so it always goes to the volume and I have to go, oh wait, I actually have to click, you know. Your hot bowl of cold food. Oh no, chat sometimes.
Yeah, it just heats up the bowl sometimes. It really do, man. You stick something in the microwave. There are times where I actually need to heat food and I'm like, I'd rather recook it than to just reheat it in the microwave. I'm better off going to the stove and actually stirring it in a fucking frying pan and kind of frying it up a little bit, actually like evenly cooking out the food, than to stick it in a microwave. The microwave will just end up heating up the bottom part and then the top, aka majority of the food is still cold. Yep.
I feel like my plate's gonna melt and my food is still cold. Oh no, this is the worst. So true. I can't stand them anymore, guys. The AI narrated stuff. Oh no, I hate it.
Especially when it comes to, I'm just gonna say it right now, streamers, when they have the text to speech kind of shit. I know they don't want to read, but I'd rather make the sacrifice and read what my chat is saying and just like not torture them by having, because think about you as
yRtR,
chat.
you dumb
You're
fuck.
chatting
Why are
in
you
your
editing
shit,
me and while I
chatting
was in my
your
peaceful
shit,
slumber?
and then you have
know
to
I be
hear this
getting down on
cringe-ass
Slippy ranked
AI
and how
read
sleep
out what
deprived
you
I am
freaking
at these
type when-
hours.
Like, I'd rather have the streamer themselves read it out. Or not read it at all and just directly respond. One of those two, but like you're torturing, I'm sorry, but like you're torturing your own chat when you have that text-to-speech kind of bullshit. That, you know, text-to-talk bullshit, that fucking AI voice just reading out what chat is saying. I hate that. I absolutely hate it.
You find a good result for glasses PNG. It's not a PNG.
It's not. It's not at all. It's not. Especially if you're into video editing, dude. Video editing, and you're like, I just want to cut down on work, and I just want to find like edits for videos and stuff like that. I just want to, you know, and then you have to. There are times where I've had to manually go into an editor and actually erase the part manually and have to be like, well, I couldn't find anything that was an actual PNG, so here I go manually editing a photo. Yep, facts.
Oh no, that's the worst. VTubers specifically notice too when we look up way too many PNGs to put on our models, and they're never a real PNG. They're always fake, always fake. I hate this so much.
When you write an entire paragraph and they just respond with okay.
Or thumbs up emoji. That's your dad probably replying to the thumbs up emoji.
The thing is, the K or thumbs up is actually very contextual. So like from some people, you really don't want the K. I think the K is the most notorious one because the K, there's like a little bit of like, there's some level of like disregarding, like, K, go away. But like thumbs up, usually, at least in my experience, you usually tend to get that from, you know, guys who are kind of on top of their shit. Like a lot of times the thumbs up I usually get is from like my brother, or back when my father you know, back when like my father was around. If I told him, my father didn't text, but like if I told him a long story, he would just kind of give me like, he would just actually give me a physical thumbs up. It'll be like, it's like gotcha, like it's just kind of like a thumbs up. Is usually I associate it with someone who has comprehended and they're like on the same page as what you're doing, and they're like, all right, I got you. But obviously, maybe it's my bias, maybe there are people out there who deal with thumbs up people who don't really care. It depends. There's I guess what I'm trying to say is there's context to those kind of responses, because there are people who get the shit done and actually do, like if you're telling them something needs to be done and that's all they need to do, and then, you know, there you go, they're just not really a talker, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, that one, those tutorials that like are very good at making you feel like a dumbass. I definitely have watched those tutorials, and then later you find the button or whatever simple thing that they didn't, and then you're just like, you only have yourself to blame.
Oh, that's so real! No, they're using a different version!
Or that.
Babies on airplanes. Someone says they...
There's the vulture laugh, you see that? There's the vulture laugh. There's the patented vulture laugh right there. Patented vulture laugh.
Did I ask? Okay. The most annoying thing people can say out of nowhere. How do I get rid of bad autocorrect? That's the meat part. You don't.
You really don't. There are times where autocorrect has gotten me into some semi-fucked up positions, let's just say, because it just predicts shit that you... So like if you have different friends that you talk, especially that you like talk differently to, then you might want to keep an eye on how that autocorrect fuck up some of your words, because you don't want to be texting one of your boys and then next thing you know, you're texting, you know, someone that you need to be nicer to, whether it be, you know, a girlfriend or maybe your sister, and then you don't want to end up texting them, "What's up, hoe ass?" You don't. These memes go really fast, man. Like the guy is like, he needs to slow it down a little bit. It's almost like races through them. It's like, slow it down, my guy. Slow it down. Slow down. Paint is expensive. Paint is expensive.
When your ear pops and then it gets blocked again.
Oh, the ear popping. Like you get water stuck in your ear and you're showering, and then you kind of like and then you can hear again for like 1 second, and then it goes back and you're like,
People who put items they don't want in the wrong section at the supermarket.
So true, bro. Is it this hard? Like if you gave up on something, is it this hard to just go back and put it in the right place again? Come on, bro. It's easy.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's kind of like, I mean, people get paid for it. So I don't know. I have mixed feelings for it. I mean, God forbid you give somebody who's working at the store a little something to do. I get it from both sides. You want to be considerate of, like, I personally am considerate. Sometimes, you know, if someone's in a hurry, they really gotta go, and they're just like, whatever. It's like, there are people who work there. They'll organize, but I don't know. Mixed feelings on both sides.
Usually people with kids, right? Their kid grabbed something and they don't want to buy it, so they just leave it anywhere. It's so annoying, bro.
Me, peacefully trying to sleep. Some random dude with a motorcycle at 3 a.m.
Yeah. There's a South Park episode that has a special word for those kinds of people. Yeah, they love attention.
So typing out okay, and K kids now. Why doesn't the restaurant have Wi-Fi?
Oh man, I guess most of these memes don't really hit me hard. Maybe I'm too old for this, but you know, restaurant not having Wi-Fi, who gives a shit? You're out of the fucking house, man. You have Wi-Fi at the house, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm too old for a lot of these memes.
Oh no! Oh my god, the tablet kids. I don't remember doing any coloring pages. You know, when I was at a restaurant, I was just happy to eat.
Me teaches my cat to use a service bell for food. My cat.
That's the worst mistake. You should never teach any pet to ask for food, because they will keep doing that non-stop. They just want food all the time, forever, all day. Don't do that. If you give me a bell that I can get food if I ring it, or you bet your ass that I'm gonna be ding 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 ding.
shit.
My phone when I touch it with gloves. My phone when a single raindrop falls on the screen.
Oh my god, that one I hard relate. My phone spazzes the fuck out when it has a freaking drop of water on it. It just starts clicking everything. I'm like, what the fuck? That shit has almost gotten me in trouble, man. You let that water, especially like if it's like the water, like the water stop, like goes on it, and then it just starts trickling down. Your phone just starts spazzing out and pressing all kinds of shit. It can just go and text somebody some random shit. It has actually done that to me. It would go into the text messages, type out some random shit to somebody, and they'll be like, "What?" They'll be like, "What?" And I'm like, "Sorry, my phone spazzed out."
Those employees are not your mate.
So true, bro. I fucking hate the people that leave their stuff around. If you're in a fast food place,
especially, okay, so like when you're doing groceries and shit, and then you know, like the previous one where it was like maybe somebody who has kids grab something and they leave something and all that and whatever, you name it, people who work at like Publix, Walmart, it's like, it's not that bad. It's like they get paid to kind of keep the store, whatever. It's like, it's not so bad. But when you do, it's a different story when you do this type of shit to like fast food, because like the people who work at fast food actually bust their fucking ass like non-stop. So like, it's actually cruel to like not give like McDonald's and fast food employees more work than they already fucking have. For shit pay that they get, man, they don't get paid enough to deal with the crap, dude.
fast food, they are not gonna be cleaning up after you. You have a place where you throw your stuff, you get your stuff, and you throw it there. Is that so hard to understand? Oh my god, I wanna beat up all those people personally. That is so annoying, dude. Why? Why?
It don't make no more fucking sense.
What?
What? Huh? Chat, having a crush is cancelled now. I hope no one here has a crush on anyone, otherwise we're going to jail, okay? This needs to be rage bait. There is no way that someone actually thinks like that. I refuse. I refuse.
No, it's not. This sums up my day. Happy birthday to you, that one kid. Cha cha cha.
Huh?
I have a very...
I don't understand that. I don't understand it. Is it like those kids go cha 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 on their baby birthday?
I have a very annoying neighbor.
Fucking shake him like a fucking...
Can someone teach me trumpet? That's the best part. You don't need to learn to play the trumpet to annoy them. Just try your best and have fun. Oh wow, you are so right. Thank you. You can tell a lot about a woman's mood by her hands. For example, if she is holding a gun, she's probably angry. You're a teacher. Okay, you keep talking. Oh wait, class actually keeps talking. The teacher. Item doesn't scan. Me. It's free. Like.
Oh yeah, that's never a good counter for a teacher. Like, do not do that. Like, your class will go on and talk the entire... Yeah.
That one mosquito in my room. Me trying to sleep.
Okay, you see how like that other one that was talking about having your crush being sexual? No. Having a mosquito whisper in your fucking ear is sexual harassment. That shit makes me feel violated, and my sleep is ruined. When a mosquito freaking in your ear, that...
Random dude revs up the engine of their sports car. What they think others feel. If only I had a car like that. What the others actually feel. What's an annoying idiot?
Yep.
When you send an email with 2 questions and they only answer 1.
Oh my god, bro. That one is fucking annoying, dude. There are so many people who will only respond to like the very last thing or the very first thing that you ask or something. And you have to detect who those people are, and you have to reformat the whole... It's annoying because you have to reformat the whole way in which you talk to them. I've definitely had people like that, and I've had to be like, all right, let me just be a way more brief person with them and just like keep my sentences very short and to the point so that I could hold a somewhat normal conversation. And it kind of feels weird because at a certain point you're just like, all right, well, my best option is to probably shut up now, because I think they're having a hard time comprehending all of what I'm saying. And then they might think that you're ignoring them when it's really you're just adapting on how to talk to Ash. It's a mess.
Which one do you prefer, chat? I'm more of a B person, cause the A can get you kind of have to be careful to not get your hands dirty, you know.
I'm actually type C. I'm just gonna eat fries and then pour the ketchup in my fucking mouth and mix that shit in my mouth.
Your 4 toes watching how you hit the little one on the corner piece of a phone. Reject modernity. Embrace tradition.
No! Man, the OG VTubers here. You can embrace modernity though, guys. We like VTubers here, right chat? Right chat? You can like both. That's fine, you know? Literally what you're doing, Dad. Come on.
This meme has to be old. Watching games is not stupid. You're acting just like my ex.
Oh, yeah, chat. Trust me, it's 100% going to work. Oh, no. No. Chat, this is playing with fire, bro. You don't want to say something like this. This is if you're dating someone, right? But if it's someone like a friend or something else, and she's angry, and you say, "Are you on your period?" Chances are she is on her period, and she will get really pissed off.
Yeah. Don't say it to an actual girl or woman. You can say it to a dude though who's acting like a fucking asshole and being emotional for no fucking reason. You can tell him to just get off his fucking period. Because obviously he doesn't have one. He's just being an emotional bitch. It's a thing guys can tell other guys, but never tell it to an actual woman, because that might be the case and she has a real reason to punch you in the face now. Pull my blanket, looks gonna try to find the long side at 1 a.m. Yeah. Dude, you're just trying to find the long side so that you could just kind of rope yourself up, because it's kind of all mangled. You have parts of your body exposed and you're like, oh, well, you're just like violating yourself trying to find the longest part so that you could properly rope yourself back up and fall back asleep. So I would change 1 a.m. to probably like 4 a.m. We degenerate nowadays.
Have you ever met a vegan? It took you a long time for you to discover that they're a vegan. There's a lot of vegetarian people that I know that they only told me that they were vegetarian like years after I knew them, right? But if they're vegan, you will know.
Dong, Limasquita, fucking group of, a group of people on bicycles. I don't think they're that annoying. I've seen them. It's like, it doesn't happen that often. Maybe, I don't know. I guess maybe I don't relate on this end. Maybe I'm not going to the places where they're common.
When you're both typing, so you erase the message to let them speak first, but they do the same.
Yeah, definitely has happened where I'm like typing up a novel and I'm like, I'll just respect them and let them talk first. And then they stop. And it's like, fuck.
I put googly eyes on my trash can, and now it looks concerned whenever it starts getting full.
Yo! I think you should put googly eyes on all your furniture. That actually sounds fun.
That's real smart, because it'll get your attention. Hey, my guy, might want to take care of this.
I feel like I would just give up. I would really need to want that job. Like, wow, this is my dream job to do this, you know? Oh, nah, fucking hell.
I'm applying for the job. What do you think shit is going on? How do you think shit is going?
True, actually, you know?
Yeah, you get so caught up in like jumping, like you gotta jump, and then you gotta really get outside of yourself and look at yourself and be like, how often do you jump in real life?
I don't like my birthday. It's a weird feeling. You're just 1 year closer to death. I'm going to ask.
Alright, final thoughts. Yeah, some of them were really good. Some of the memes are really good, and they hit real hard. I feel like the guy could definitely slow it down when like reading out the memes. They go like too quickly, and then sometimes my brain just doesn't pick up. A lot of times I'm just like, good, relatable memes. Some of them, at least, the ones that hit hard. Maybe this might be the last time that I do this specific format of that kind of thing, but yeah, that's all I have to say. Next time. My heart stopped. I thought like Mewtwo had talked to me automatically. I was like, what? Blasphemy. Alright, here it is. Whatever, just... I didn't even need any of that great balls. Oh man. All those great balls and they just didn't get used. Oh my god, that's silly. That's fucking silly. Alright, welcome back, dudes and dudettes. And as you can see, we're already off to a bad start because episode 3 and we just can't seem to get away from the VTube meta. Let's jump right in and see what this is all about. Apparently this is about a VTuber reacting to, you know, stuff that's going on with men lately.
Hi, YouTube. More heavier topics. I know, it's not memes, it's not funny ha-has, but I still hope you can enjoy this video. The one that we're watching today is called Men Are Slowly Giving Up and Nobody Cares. I kind of feel that, even though I'm not a guy. Society these days are very different from what it was like even 10 years ago, so I do feel it, and I do want to know, what exactly Moon, the creator, is talking about. So let's take a look together. I'm going to form my opinion throughout the video, so I will probably not say too much at the very beginning. Towards the end, and at the end, I'll give you guys my whole. If you are a dude,
a chatter. She is a chatter.
Not dude.
Definitely a chatter.
Smell flowers amongst the sea of sausage.
Increasingly, more and more men are giving up. Giving up on relationships, careers, and society as a whole. Resentment is growing, unemployment is becoming rampant, and keeping your head above water seems almost impossible for many men today. This is leading to more men than ever dropping out of society entirely. And it's not just that. Men are becoming infantilized. With time now becoming normal, it's clear that something ugly is happening that needs to be addressed. We live in such a strained, unnatural environment.
Okay, that I did not know. You guys are being infantilized? Whatever that word is called.
That is bound to start to wear on society. But men in particular are battling to keep up and are slowly giving up. Giving up on dreams, giving up on trying, and giving up on doing anything constructive. And for a large part, it's really not their fault. As this trend isn't just a personal struggle, but a societal issue that we must urgently address. So why is this happening? And why has it gotten so bad in 2024? We have all the technology we need, food delivered to your door with the tap of a finger, dating readily available to anyone with a simple swipe, any products, items, or experiences that you want can be.
I mean, dating apps are pretty ass, but I get the point, but not on that particular vector, right? Like, dating, that's its own story, right?
Without any value placed on higher goals, where there just is no reason to care.
Wait, really? People don't care about higher goals anymore. Wait, who feels like that in chat right now? Who feels like they don't have motivation or they don't have a goal in mind right now? Oh, surprise, motherfucker! Oh, that's a lot of people!
He's surprised. He was very surprised. I don't blame her. I'm not gonna hold her to it. She just had no idea.
Okay, I did not expect the stats to be this high. Because I thought it was just memes, people being edgy, talking about, unaliving. I thought that...
Oh, she's got a lot to learn, this little Gwili. She thought people were just being funny and Mr. Edgelord 69, but no, it's real when guys are talking about them not seeing the point. Comes from actual, legitimate, genuine dissatisfaction with, like, have you gone outside? have you like been at, like, no diss to this VTuber, but it's just like you should go outside a little bit and see how like the outside world works, and you'll see that kind of like it'll kind of hit depending on where you're at, I guess, depending on what kind of state you are, like, you know, what the whole social vibe of your neighborhood is. Like, you could really tell. It doesn't take that much to go to your like your local fast food place, local park even, and just see how detached everything is. It's real.
That was just a meme. That's a lot of people on average within the span of 2 weeks to have thought about that. That's scary.
And we're seeing the symptoms of this problem everywhere. The sapping away of our vision and ambition permeates in all aspects of modern society today. Our culture, architecture, relationships, bodies and minds. Past civilizations before us have always placed their emphasis on beauty, wisdom and logic for all the population to see. Comfort, lust and opulence and flashy materialism over individual excellence and greater community. We're now reeling in the aftermath, becoming instead a generation of mandated mediocrity. And does this explain why men today seem to struggle more than ever while seemingly having more than ever? America in particular is not actually in a recession. In fact, on paper, the economy looks like the best it's been in a while. Unemployment has dropped, GDP is up, but what the people are actually experiencing is a completely different story.
I don't know about that.
We can see this in a study by the University of Michigan on consumer sentiments, which gathers data based on how consumers feel about the current state of finances. In 2022, it dropped to an all-time low. Prices of our average daily needs like gas and food have increased in unbearable percentages. In contrast, salary increases do not match, putting a high strain on budgets.
Inflation is showing no signs of slowing down as Americans pay over $1,000 a month more on the same essentials we were buying 3 years ago. Nothing's changed but price. The latest consumer price index for March showing basic necessities like our food, housing, and gas are all continuing to cripple Americans' wallets with higher
so
prices.
nodding is her thing.
Our wages are actually down
not greedy.
against inflation since
minimum
Biden
wage is
took
not
office.
increasing
So
at
not
all.
only are prices soaring, but you know, our wages, at least if you measure hourly wages, are not keeping up at all.
How many times I've had jobs in the past and they get their supervisors or managers to try to hype everybody up and be all like, hey, if you work really well, there's a raise in it, and it never actually comes to light. In the years that I've worked jobs, man, that I've worked day jobs, not one time have I ever been part of any kind of raise. It does not happen. It just doesn't happen. Anyone who's watching, who's doing a day job, if like supervisors or managers start talking to you about like, hey, perform well and you might get a raise, they're talking out their ass. They're just talking straight out their ass. There's no raise. You to work harder for free. You didn't hear that from me though.
Not just men either. This is the entire generation right now. It's like inflation sucks. Like everything is going up in price except salary. Like your rent is going up, the food items, the necessities are going up. Nothing else is. Your salary is still the same. So how are you affording anything? So when you look at somebody and like you're the older generation is like, why are you not buying a house? Like you should be saving. But like save what? There is nothing to save. And for us to be happy, we have to spend it, because if we don't spend it, we cannot even make ourselves happy in the moment, then everything's gonna end right there, you know?
Okay, there you go. She gets it. She's on the ball right there. So it's like that. She's on to it. She's on that. She hit it right there. It's just like you have people who are like, I would like to save, but the fact that I can't even save even if I tried, I might as well just use the very little scraps that I have just to satisfy me right now and just to take my mind off of it, knowing that it's just self-destructive behavior. But it's like sunk cost fallacy type shit, man. It's a trap.
It's a trap! Universities are skyrocketing in prices to absurd levels. The housing market is in a complete giant bubble. Everyone's sending out job applications more and more, all while using these automated testing systems, applying up to 100 jobs.
Dude, like getting a job used to be like so organic, man. Gone are the days, dude, where you could just walk into a job, right? Like, and you just kind of hit it off with whoever. If they're urgently hiring, you're very likely to, like, if you hit it off well in the interview, like they'll probably like just straight up ask you, hey, when are you able to like come in and do your first, you know, shift or whatever. You just tell them, yeah, next week or something. They put you on the onboarding and boom, you're set and you're there. Like, gone are those days where you could just pull that off. Now you gotta go through a whole big ass list, that they got a big list of applicants, and they're just like, yeah, we get applications every day. Like literally you go in to apply and the interview is just very nonchalant. They don't even really care. There's no like, personality to the interview itself. And not only that, but then they tell you, oh yeah, we get so many applicants per day. Like, how is that supposed to make me feel as someone coming in trying to work? Like, that doesn't make me feel better at all. You might as well just not tell me at all how many applicants you get. I'd rather not know, because you tell me that and I'm like, oh, well, for sure I'm probably not landing this one.
A day and still not getting anywhere.
I saw this when I was like younger, when I was still doing part-time jobs. Still, this one part-time job, everybody who was applying, obviously there was people that were as young as me, but then I saw somebody as old as like 50 applying for the same part-time in a retail store. At that point I was like, why are you here? Even back then, jobs has been pretty competitive in Canada, at least. People who got fired from their office job at like 50 are like competing with like students for part-time jobs at a retail in a mall. That's crazy.
You know, useless degrees, just falling back from people's marriages and all that, shit hitting the fan. There's all kinds of ways that things could just go wrong, and you end up with people. It's embarrassing. I would say it's embarrassing the amount of people that end up having to resort to crappy day jobs that they have no business working, and they're just like, man, the situation makes it that I have to do this. Like, I don't belong here, but you know, it happens to the best of us, that you end up applying for a job that you're overqualified for, and it's just like, what?
Companies can find workers. Most of us, most people are not applying, or they don't want to anymore because people are so greedy. These companies are so greedy, they give you the least amount of money possible because they know people are competitive. People are applying to everything they can get. Companies can now abuse your salary because they know, well, you know, if you don't want it, somebody else will. And so now, why would you work hard for a company who pays you the same as, you know, if you were doing Uber? Whereas if you're doing Uber, you can be in your own bubble, nobody can yell at you, but you're still getting paid more or less the same. Companies want experience for entry-level jobs. That's insane. They're asking for a degree, for years of experience, for something entry-level. So at this point, people are sick of it. People were applying at first, but now they're like, why should I do that when I know they're gonna pay me shit? I know the conditions gonna be shit too, when I can just go flip burgers and at least, you know, be in my own hand, earning a little bit less than the entry level. That's what.
Okay, so somebody peep the utensils. This wheelie's cooking. She's cooking.
I was saying too, the other day when I said if I were to graduate, or like if I were to not be a VTuber, I'd rather just be if I were to get a part-time doing freelance, I would want to be a barista at a Starbucks, because then at least I'll still be earning, you know, minimum wage, but I don't have to deal with all the bullshit that a company has to deal with in Corba.
And the results of this are clear. People are drifting towards more unfulfilling jobs, or just not even having a job at all. While the rich...
Yeah, you definitely, if you gotta be working a minimum wage, not doing customer service is probably the way to go. At least for someone like me, I'd rather just do something more physical and that deals with less customers, just less stress, and just like, I'd rather just put my body, me personally. Now, everybody kind of has their own preferences, but yeah, just try to avoid as much responsibility as possible. Try to just work a minimum wage job that doesn't have you having to answer to so many things, because you could get fired for so many dumb reasons.
Basically what they want to do is create a nation of renters. BlackRock coming in and giving them more money than the house is worth.
How much more do they give them?
They can give them, you know, 30% above.
Really?
Which is money.
And then they
it's
just lease those
BlackRock.
homes out.
And they lease them out. It's part of this idea that home ownership and automobile ownership and all of these things, these legacy systems that people want to get rid of. And they go, rent a house, use Uber, Lyft, whatever. You know, you don't need to own. What does owning do for you? That's that famous article, you'll own nothing and be happy.
Right.
The jobs they once had a chance of landing now go to the middle class, while they get hit above
She keeps
the level,
doing
putting
it.
millions of people in dire straits.
Like now, people with degrees and experience are now doing minimum wage, regular jobs that used to belong to the lower class. I'm saying this, I feel like I belong in the middle, at least my parents are. I'm saying that as a descendant of a middle class person, right? It definitely does feel like that. I feel like I've worked more in part-time retail more than I have in my actual job after graduating from university. That's crazy. That's crazy.
My word is embarrassing for society. It's very freaking embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The school system is a freaking joke. Just goes to show that the schools are just not preparing people for work life. That what jobs are looking for has nothing to do with what you learn at school, the values and everything. You get a degree and you would think, oh, those 3 or 4 years or whatever, however much it is that you put into that degree, is a sign of like, hey, look, this is my dedication. I went through this. I went through a set amount of time of going through bullcrap like this. The diploma itself saying that I went through a commitment to pass school should be enough to like at least get my foot in the door and be like, okay, we can try to get you in on something. And it doesn't. So it doesn't matter. It leads to this embarrassing situation where you have people who are just way more capable than doing, just straight monkey work. I don't know.
Imagine putting in the hours and effort to get a degree and then having to take a job that's not even within the field you studied for. Well, this is just regular life for most people nowadays. It's making men feel incredibly depressed and isolated. They watch all this stuff on social media, they see people flexing the Rolexes on their Instagram stories.
And then you have to go to a family gathering. You ain't seen a lot of your family for a while, man. And then, the typical conversations that just come about when, it's a family get together and people ain't seen each other in a minute. Oh, what are you doing? This and that. How are things? And it's just kind of like, that's that dreadful question, man. That it's just like, what are you doing? It's like, man, I don't know where to start, for one. And two, I don't even want to talk about it because everything is so crap that I don't even want to discuss. Oh, but how, you went to school, you studied this, right? Yeah. Only it didn't matter. So back to, step one, basically.
Where they have people so desperate, so in need of experience, they can treat their workers like absolute trash.
Companies can keep lowering and lowering the wages because they know people are gonna willing to take it. If you don't want it because the salary's too low, well, somebody else will. So companies have no problem being shameless and tell you to work this many hours before only this amount of salary. They have no shame now.
It's so abusive, man. Like, they pay you just enough to keep you crawling back like a goddamn cockroach, man. They want to pay you just enough that you're just like eating scraps out of your fridge, man. Downright criminal, I would say, man.
Since the 1980s, testosterone levels have dropped more than 50%, and yet we're told to ignore it. Why? Because there's a coordinated effort to suppress masculinity and turn men into something they were never meant to be. This decline is no accident. We're constantly exposed to harmful chemicals in our food and everyday products, bombarded with estrogenic chemicals from plastics, junk food, and sedentary lifestyles.
Junk food can lower testosterone? I didn't know that. Wait, really? I thought it was also all a meme when people say, oh, the testosteronies are lowering. Alcohol consumption can reduce testosterone production. That too! Oh shit. Okay, I did not know that.
Well, now you know.
The cost of having a job also plays a part in stripping them of their dignity. Transport costs to their job, depending on the amount, could take a huge chunk of their salary. So that at the end of the day, they can only pay for rent or food and not both. Government grants could replace their salaries, and they earn more or less the same amount.
What's also helping to pay the bills is, as I said, the U.S. government, in particular, our disability programs for people who are unable to work.
This is really annoying. I hate when they get like people who are really old and not like within the generation that is like mainly suffering to like try to speak on our issues, because they're usually very disconnected. No disrespect to this guy, but I highly doubt every time I see this guy speak on like modern issues of men, it's just there's a certain level of like disconnection, and it's just like, ah, man, just please don't speak on like a generation that you're like, this dude is like 2 whole generations off the mark, man. Can we get some other representative? Jesus.
Those programs seem to have morphed away from their original humane intention and now seem to provide an alternative income source to regular employment for several millions, for millions and millions of these guys.
You land a job, good luck keeping it. You gotta, it's nothing is certain. There's just nothing certain. So I think what it is that we're just in this entrepreneur self-employment era. We're trying to get a job and trying to like maintain a part-time job. It's good if you can get it, But at the end of the day, you're just so easily replaceable, man. You might as well take the entrepreneur like route and just risk it, pretty much risk it for all the biscuits. Because like, what else are you gonna do? Are you gonna lose everything? Are you gonna basically lose everything trying to be safe, or are you gonna lose or are you just gonna go out swinging, like by trying to like make something big of an idea that you have? You might as well go with the latter, right? Like, you might as well just go out swinging, and if you burst in a fiery blitz, then hey, you tried, right? Whereas like the former is just kind of like pain and suffering guaranteed.
Men with families are actually switching their roles with their wives,
So not
except they're not
we-
actually doing what their wives would do if they were to stay at home.
When you look at what I guess in Britain is called NEET, N-E-E-T, do you say that also in Australia, neither employed nor in education or training? When you look at that huge group of well over 6 million prime age men, the story they're telling about their lives is really pretty devastating. It's pretty distressing. They basically don't do civil society. There's almost no worship, almost no volunteering, almost no charitable work. They've got a lot of time on their hands, but they...
Nobody thinks they'll be that position until they're in it. Depression isn't just feeling bad, it's feeling apathetic, nothing motivated to do anything that's non-existent. No, that's true. I was pretty much, the reason why I came back to...
Lack of motivation is a bitch. I'm gonna say it right now. It sucks. Now, I don't think, I still think that that's like weird to like, I mean, if you have a significant other that's like pulling the weight, I think the least you could do is at least like show what you can do and do chores around and just like really try to like put your mood by the side and just do your due diligence, right? So I myself personally find some kind of weirdness in that, but I do understand that lack of motivation will be very self-destructive. It's just destructive like in like no matter what situation, man. Like just not having motivation and not having a will, it kills your performance as a guy. It really does.
Canada to be with my parents again because I was in a very depressive moment where like my house wasn't clean, my apartment wasn't clean, I was earning barely anything, and I stayed up to like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. every single day.
Yeah. Good place to start. If anyone's in this situation, clean your room. Cleaning your room will do a lot. It's a great start to kind of like reset. Just clean your room, redecorate, put things in boxes, shove some things in a tight-knit area, move things around, throw away a lot of stuff. You'll be amazed with like what that does to your head, and then you can just start thinking more clearly.
Well, not every single day. When I was not working, at least, there was a period of time where I had a bit of vacation and I was sleeping very late, and I was pretty much depressed to the point that I didn't do anything productive. It's not like I'm saying I don't get you guys. I do. I totally do because I was there. It's hard for me to say right now because I am doing a lot better, but even I don't have a secure future. Like, what if this doesn't work out? You know, what I'm gonna do? I will have no experience. I will have a gap year. There will be a moment in my life where like I didn't do anything related to my actual career field, right? And even me, if I wasn't doing this, if I were to quit streaming content creation, what would I do? I'll be flipping burgers too. I think a lot of us are in the same boat where the future is, we're not sure. People who are, maybe you don't even have a job right now, you're just waiting in limbo.
Yeah, it's a big limbo. It's just uncertainty. I cannot fathom the amount of conversations of millennials and Zoomers talking to their Gen X and Boomer parents about like, hey, I'm probably not gonna give you grandchildren. You okay with that? I don't know what's gonna come of my life, so I'm just gonna kind of roll with whatever happens. It's sad.
And I just want you to know that you're not alone. A lot of people are like you. Don't get fooled by your family or social media. Don't think that everybody's out there having a good life except for you. You're not a failure. You know, it's just unlucky. You're just in the wrong time. If the economy was better, I know for a fact you guys can get a job too. I just want you to know that you're not alone. And if you're lonely, you're unmotivated, and you know that, well, first of all, by acknowledging it, you're already doing so much better. By acknowledging that you're not doing much, that it's a problem, that is the first step already. So if you did that, that's already a good sign.
Because of the situation, some men may feel a sense of worthlessness and resentment. Some men might take an hour to clean up the house and fetch the kids, but the rest of the day they sleep or play games. In some cases, the wives work and then come home to finish the chores their husbands were meant to do.
This part is what I don't agree with. If your wife is making the money, you guys have a kid, even if you don't have a kid, you should not be spending most of your day just playing games. Because then you're gonna have women that says, oh, I hate it when my husband play video games. Because yeah, I would too. If you're not earning money and you're relying on your wife to do that, you should be the one doing chores. Like, I'm gonna be real honest, I have no sympathy. If you have somebody to support you and love you like that, you should be doing something. Why should you marry them? You marry somebody because you love them, but people change. Did you know that? Did you know that? People can change over the years, and maybe the depression got too much. He just stopped doing the things that he's supposed to do. Depression hits, and I get it. This is where to draw the line with sympathy, right?
Yeah, I think it's just a courtesy kind of thing, man. Like, if you're lucky enough to have a significant other who's willing to financially support you, man, it's the least you can do to show them gratitude. Like, do the chores and just handle stuff for them and just make their life easier. I will definitely agree with her there. Like, if you've got a spouse who's really, like, down to just, like, be the financial anchor, then the least you could do is, like, make their life a little easier and just, like, I don't know, man, like, just clean up the place and do the lawn. Assuming it's the guy who's not really, making the money. If you're a guy, just do the lawn and just make sure the house is organized, I guess. And once in a while, I guess you could cook something up. Just make her life a little easier if she's down to do that, because it's very rare that you even get a woman who's down to be signing up for that in the first place. So, fair enough.
I was at my lowest, and I was living with my parents still as a teen. I still did like a lot of the chores at home. I won't say all of them because I can't do certain things, but I did so much chores at home. I cooked before they got home because I know they wanted a hot meal. Even as a teen, I did that. So it's like, I have no sympathy for that. If you have somebody who loves you enough to marry you and to work for you, and it's okay with you staying at home for a little bit, please do something. Please make sure at least the house is clean. At least she comes home with warm food. A little bit of gesture can show you how much you appreciate your wife.
This explains why more and more men are deciding to drop out of society rather than face it head on, as it just seems to be the easier path. If it's a choice between two paths, one that
it sucks. It's that hard executive decision that you gotta make. I mean, it's just, like I said, we're in an era, a very weird, messed up era, where you might as well just take risks and just come up with ideas and try to make yourself useful through your own fruition. Because landing a job, good luck with that. Just make yourself useful in whatever way that you can possibly think. And I know that in and of itself can be hard because most people don't believe in themselves. I think the burning question really is that you have to ask yourself is, how can I make myself useful to other people? You gotta really dig deep and think about like your talents and what you're good at, and you gotta really have that conversation with yourself. Like, how can I be of service to other people? Like, if you can get other people to be like, oh, I know this guy, he can do this, then you're kind of set if you've got an idea that can revolve around that. But yeah, it starts with that very question. How can I make myself of use to other people? I don't think enough guys are like asking themselves that, because that's like the first burning question, at least for me. And now, admittedly, I myself am in a bit of a hole myself. There are a lot of people who are not asking themselves the proper questions, right?
The problem is that there's a huge group of men, roughly about 7 million in America between the ages of 25 and 55, who are not working and are actively not looking for work. Now, COVID certainly had a hand in accelerating these figures. One question posed these dropouts was how many of these men were on pain medication, and almost half of these men admitted to taking pain medication daily. And aside from those who desperately need it, these figures could indicate that men are aimlessly numbing themselves to their new reality.
And I remember before, like when I was in high school and early years of college, I would hear all these stories. It's crazy. I would hear all these stories. Oh man, people ending up with degrees and no job, degrees and no job, degrees and no job. And me in school, just an adolescent, young 18, 19-year-old, and I'm just there thinking, this won't happen to me. It won't happen to me. Well, it happened. I can say that. Tell you that. It happened.
Problem solving in Generation Z and has already presented problems in finding
Yeah,
jobs.
no, that's
They are
another
quick to
whole
quit at the
issue.
first difficult task and move on to find something else. But what happens when options run dry and they find themselves simply stuck in limbo? The warm
So
comfort
sad,
of home
though.
and any sexual needs you have can be satisfied with pixels on
That
a
is
screen.
so sad.
This lifestyle is increasingly becoming more
This
and
is
more
like,
normal.
this is the self-destructive thinking that you gotta get yourself out of. It's tough, man. You just gotta have one of those days. For me, it's just one of those things where like you gotta just dedicate like a day to yourself that like you can just, like I said, just clear your mind, just clean your room, get things in order, get your chores done, and really just think to yourself, have a conversation deep within yourself, like, what am I going to do? How am I going to... There's a whole bunch of other approaches and all that. Give yourself stuff to look forward to. Get into exercise and all that. Eat healthier. Go to sleep on time. And just give yourself plans, man. Make yourself plans. Like, try to fill your week up with, like, things to do. That's really, like, a good way to start it out, right? Like, because if you don't have plans, then that's where the self-indulging and self-destructive behavior begins, right? The busier that you can make yourself, the less depressed you're gonna be. That's at least in my experience.
It's a horrible lifestyle. It's depressing. It's atomizing. What this really
Nobody
is
wants
just
to be
a
like
coping
this.
mechanism.
I'm sure anybody who had a choice, nobody will actively choose this over, you know, being out there and being active and being a good person, having a good lifestyle. Nobody will choose this. You can always find something for yourself. You can always do something. It's just that your brain is telling you that you don't want to do anything. And that is what depression is, pretty much.
We need to address the problem head on. How is the situation getting this bad? These men have completely lost their purpose in life. All of their duty, their hopes, their responsibilities, their own dignity and value. It's being completely decimated at the moment. And we're seeing this with the form of radicalization online, growing hatred and division, and a general apathy towards society as a whole. And the longer this is ignored, the harder it's going to be addressed down the line. More men today than ever feel disconnected, disillusioned, and left behind by a world that seems increasingly indifferent to their struggles. While GDP numbers and employment stats may sound like an easy, good solution on paper, especially to government bureaucracies, it will never really fix the reality of the situation for normal people. The real challenge we face today in the West is to find purpose and meaning again, to have any reason to even want to participate and achieve greatness in society.
The one thing I ask you guys is to not give up, because the moment you give up, that's the end, right? And especially if you just fall into this lifestyle, just let every day go by. Don't let yourself get to there. If you're already there, just know it's not too late yet. It's not too late. Find a purpose, do your best, and if today didn't work out, try again tomorrow. Ask for help when it gets really, really bad. The other day I said, if you really, really need help, make sure you make enough friends, some people that you really, really trust, and reach out to them. But then people say, oh no, that's gay. Bro, are you kidding me? If you can't even...
Wait, hold on. We're not in the year 2010 anymore. Who says that anymore? That's what? Whoever's saying that to her is pretty old.
Don't talk to your homies, your bros. Who are you gonna talk to? Because that's what I do to my female friends. When things are tough, I talk to them and I let my feelings out. But if guys feel like, oh, I don't want to do that because it feels gay, well then who do you have then? Who do you have? Find yourself an online friend, people who likes to play the same game as you, who has the same value, who likes the same thing as you. Come to my server, talk to people. There's always gonna be people there. Just do your best, go out there, make yourself open to opportunities, whether that's making friends or whatever. Just do something for yourself.
Okay, that's the end of that. Final thoughts. Very based Guili, very based VTuber, not gonna lie. I didn't disagree with a single thing. She was very on point with everything. I don't think she missed a bullet point really at all. She just seems to come from a place of very good awareness. She's just kind of ahead of like idea of what she's talking about. She sounds like she actually has a real solid experience in what she's saying, right? Overall, great video, great topic. I mean, albeit, you know, sad and depressing, but what you're gonna do? It is good to tackle these real life situations. So if anyone was wondering that, oh, this is probably happening to only me, no, it's happening to a lot of people, even myself. Your boy is going through that kind of stuff as we speak. So that'll be it. See you guys next week. Yeah.
Come on!
Alright, boyos. Today's reactception, we got our passport bow for Prez, our champion here, reacting to every VTuber's favorite reaction content. To put it lightly.
Welcome back, Tribe. We have one here from Shoe on Head. It's been a minute since I saw one of her videos. The Cougar Epidemic. Young men dating older women. Sugar mamas.
Thanks to various social and economic factors and the rich evil profile class, the American dream of owning a house and having a wife and 2 kids is dying. And the Zoomer Coomer fantasy of a rich older girlfriend taking charge and making you chicken nuggies while you play...
Those dickhead laugh is perfect. I love it. His laugh is fucking awesome.
Video games in your pajamas all day is thriving. Hag maxing. In my last video, I joked
dickhead laugh.
which greatly intrigued a lot of you. So I decided, you know what? I am going to make an entire video dedicated to covering this phenomenon. Gen Z men going out of their way to date older women. What is this? Why is this happening? Is this happening? And if it's happening, is it a good thing? Or is it a symptom of broader societal issues? Why are all these young whippersnappers scooping up these older timepieces?
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of timepieces...
I'm kind of guilty of it myself a little bit. Sometimes I've had relationships with older women, and I'm gonna say it right now, man. I've had my fair share of looking at older ladies
that's pretty good.
They take care of themselves pretty freaking well, man. That like I've seen them. I've seen 40, even pushing that 50. I've seen 40 and 50-year-olds who look better than 30-year-olds in this day and age. It's real. It's real.
Now, when I think of the term hag, I usually think of evil wit. But no, apparently now it means women above 30. You guys.
We might be old hags, you know what I'm saying?
I'm so tired of comments that are like, I used to watch you when I was in 3rd grade and now I'm graduating college. Good for you. Awesome. Congratulations. My knees hurt when I get up off the floor. Now, this term hag maxing went viral a few months ago with this
quite some energy pent up there. You alright, Shoe?
Screenshot. Meet the hag maxers. Gen Z's new social, very strange phenomenon is making its rounds on social media. Gen Z men are ditching casual sex with their women to pursue long-term relationships with financially stable and experienced millennial ladies. Now, even though this article doesn't actually exist, it was a meme created on 4chan, because of course it was, motherless behavior. This is just mommy issues rebrand. Another day, another psyop. It's not hag maxing, it's MILF hunting, and it's an art. Please don't misappropriate my fetishes, giving the dumbest name known to humankind to having a mommy kink. I mean, to be honest, I'm 16, waiting for a 20 to 25-year-old to pick me up, lol. Okay, officer.
There you go. That's really look, man, this is what we've been talking about the going overseas thing. For women that are older, it just never works because those young boy toys they have are just having fun with their little... They have side girlfriends the entire time. Like you saw in Gambia, you saw in like Jamaica, you saw, was it Ivory Coast or something like that? You had like old British ladies going there on vacation and like falling in love with some dude that's like 19 years old. It's just never gonna work. She was like 60 years old trying to get his papers to bring him back in the country. Like it's drizzle. It really is just that. And you got like UK sugar mama just rolling through paying for everything. Of course the guy's gonna sling pipe. So why don't you think this is happening here to all the young guys that are like 16 through whatever it is? As
it's a ridiculous freaking situation, and yeah, man, hey, you know, if the girls are doing it, why not the guys? Ain't nothing wrong with that, chief. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh my god, dude. I knew we would end up here. It's common sense that we would. It's gotten so expensive that men are now willing to date, what was it, 35, 40-year-old sugar mamas when they're 20 years old. Hey, the culture normalized that stuff, right? With Sex in the City and all that, female empowerment, hypersexualization that we have in society today. So, unfortunately, they give it a funny name that will piss a lot of women off.
Yeah, I mean, they got what they wanted. They won. Woo! Woo, boy, we've come a long way, and roles are being reversed, man. Young guys are not new enough, are not really like up-and-comers anymore, man. Young guys are seen as, you know, bottom feeders. Like, young guys are the new modern low tiers, basically, you know, like back in the day, man, it was like young guys had like just set up as a young guy, and you just kind of follow through with shit, and you could just be honest from the get-go back in the day, man, when honest jobs existed. And nowadays, dude, it's just all about cheesing the system as hard as possible, and young guys are coming to peace with that, and they're just like, you know what, it ain't even really about being honest anymore. It's just about just finding whatever freaking works, even if I don't like it, and if I don't like, even if it doesn't line up with my morals, you gotta do what you gotta do. F it.
Drizzle. Young hard dicks and the older women who enjoy them. This isn't new. Hagmax bandwagoners are so cringe. I've been hagmaxing since 2nd grade in Miss Johnson's class. I am going to kill every last Gen Z and Gen Alpha kid on this planet, including myself. I want to be a hagmaxer, lol, any female taker, XD. I like thick MILFs and I cannot lie. Oh nice, it must be socially acceptable for 37-year-old men to date 20-year-old women again. Whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Absolutely not.
Oh, almost like it's gonna freaking happen again, because we go full circle.
I fucking love adult women. Women over 32 should be.
It's a crime. I'm getting goodies.
Now, according to the very astute, always reliable source, knowyourmeme.com, the term hagmaxing is very popular in the VTuber community. Now, I don't have much interest in the VTuber community, but they seem to have a lot of interest in me. A lot of interest.
Yes.
Should I do a video
As I
reacting to
stated.
VTubers reacting to me one day? That might be fun. Let me know if I should do that.
You know you're gonna do that. They all love you, as I stated in the beginning of the video. They all love you. You might as well do it. You could make a whole ass career, a whole ass brand of that.
Although it seems to be a meme amongst the VTubers and the weebs, it is apparently a thing happening in real life. Rise of the boy toy. Why older women are dating Gen Z men at record rates. One woman stated, "Women my age seem to be excited by the freshness and lack of bitterness that comes with dating someone younger."
Pause. Listen to that. Just reverse that. If a man had said this exact statement, but men my age seem to be excited by the freshness and lack of bitterness that comes with dating someone younger. Younger women seem more open and less burdened by insecurities. Imagine that. Dude, it's the gaslighting of the century.
Boy, yeah, you'd be under fire. You would be under fire. Your boy would be drowning in flames if that was a real statement.
They were saying that older men, younger women was an issue for decades, right? And then look at what's happening now. Older women are okay with younger men. It's not creepy at all.
Could you imagine an article like this with the genders reversed? I love dating these young, fresh boys. They're less bitter. They have less baggage. They're not ran through. For their part, many Gen Z men might have few opportunities to date women their own age, or prefer to date older women for various reasons.
Various reasons. Money.
Enter millennial women.
And I'm proud to be a millennial with my side part and skinny jeans.
In many ways, Gen Z men see millennial women as an opportunity to level up emotionally and socially. With their evolved attitudes about everything from non-monogamy and gender fluidity to the anti-hustle soft life, Gen Z men may be the most likely generation to overturn powerfully entrenched stereotypes about sex and relationships. Hear me out. We convinced them that getting naked and sleeping around is empowering. Genius!
And then make them slave away at a job they hate, and then thinking that's empowering too. Oh, wait. And make them think sacrificing everything for said job and being an IRS cuck wage slave, doubling up the government's revenue. And wait. And then shunning their own family, becoming completely destitute, alone, bitter, collecting cats, drinking box wine, and so emotional that they buy every product we ever make in humankind. Wait. You mean this is actually gonna work? And then they're gonna
went into detail. That is quite a lot of detail.
Defend their own downfall? Vote against their own interest? Wait a second. That can't be true, right? Can it be true? Can we make this happen? Boys, can we make this happen? I know, we'll call it feminism, and we'll say it's for female empowerment. Fast forward 60 years. Holy shit. You guys are geniuses. Good job, boys. You really nailed that shit.
Oh, Anne Hathaway? I'm sorry, who wouldn't hag max with Anne Hathaway?
What a forward young man you are.
You know, I really don't care about this shit, but it is so funny how much of this equality stuff is just, okay, now it's women's turn to do the thing we said was bad. Like, did you actually want change? Or was it
Or were you just trying to be the thing that you hated all along?
really all just penis envy? Older women partnering with younger men. Why do some people have a problem with that? Perhaps celebrities will help ease the stigma. The French president's wife, Brigitte Macron, is almost 25 years older than her husband. They met when he was 15, and she was his high school teacher. Wait, that is...
Huh? Can you imagine that being a headline for the reverse? Ah, yes, this dude totally met his wife when she was 15 and he was the high school teacher. Huh? Do you see the double standards here? Do you see why you shouldn't be listening to whatever they say? Anything that comes out of their mouth is completely irrelevant. It's all gaslighting. It's all designed to make you feel bad about the fact that it's penis envy. They want to be just like you. They wish they could do the things you could do. They're unhappy with themselves in their lives.
It's just like you become the thing that you hate. It's just like you're not being any better though. It's this like, that's why I'm so glad that like the red pill content like creation space era has died out, because at first that was going all well and everything and they were bringing valid points, but then it got to a point where it was just gender war and it was like, okay, look, we get it, men have their bullshit, women have their bullshit, we gotta come together to create a solution here. If we're just busy fighting each other and just being like, I can do what you can do but better, then it's like we're not gonna come to a solution. We're just gonna hate each other more and create more freaking problems.
To make you feel bad about the realities of their actions have consequences. Age will come for them all. The carousel will stop and they will be thrown off straight into the wall. And it waits for nobody. Father Time is undefeated. They don't want to accept that. So now they're look at all this gaslighting. Look at all these articles trying to perpetuate this as being normal. All these older women with younger guys. Now it's a push in a progressive culture.
I'm 37 and my boyfriend is 23.
Wow.
I make upper six figures and own a condo in New York City. At least 3 of my friends are also dating significantly younger men. One is 32 and has been dating a 19-year-old for 3 years. I don't rely on men to be financially stable.
That boy lucky, you know, you tell a 16-year-old, hey, you bagging a haggy? You know, everybody's gonna be, all his homies are gonna be dapping him up. Hey, there you go, champ, get it in. Reverse them roles? Oh no, man's is behind bars. No doubt.
We older women aren't
like a
man
double standard doesn't
haters.
exist,
We
but
have
it
a
does.
lot of love and make a man feel like a man. We are not drama queens. We can't get pregnant. We are very sexy. I'm not like the other girls. I'm infertile.
That's a big point. Because here's the thing, right? That's a big, you might not think about it, but like you think about how messed up the economy and everything is today, man. Like just money's all messed up. It ain't going anywhere. There's no flow. Everything's just expensive. The people ain't making that much more than a few years ago and stuff. These young dudes like hooking up with the Haggies, they don't want kids anyway, so that's not even a downside at this point. In fact, it's an upside. It's just like, I ain't want kids anyway, so I don't plan on breeding.
Why does everything have to be misogynistic? No, it's not misogynistic. The term hag here is endearing. We're taking back the term hag. It's like when black people took back the N-word. Let's hear from the hag maxers. Why are these young men dating older women? I have mommy issues. Oh, well,
okay.
There has to be other reasons, right? I have a granny fetish. Come on.
Oh, fucking. Are you kidding? Okay, dude.
Pull yourself together, Bo. Pull yourself together.
See how it's unnatural? I got mommy issues. I've got granny fetish. Those are your first 2. Oh shit, I need money is like your 3rd one. You see why it's unnatural? Like a woman's
Still
writing.
19, and for me, older women I flirt with at bars and clubs are much more receptive and flirty than Zoomer girls. Honestly, it's partly because modern Western girls from 18 to 25 are like 80% hoes.
There we
now.
go.
A woman who is 30 today likely...
A generation that is just like, they ain't got any of that stuff, that doesn't have any of that sussy baka stuff going on, you know, behind the scenes. You and I both know it. Everyone knows it.
has fewer partners, sexual or other, than a woman who is 5 years younger than her. I changed my Tinder age range from 20 to 25 to 30 to 39 and have been going on more dates than ever before with beautiful women who do not care that I don't make 6 figures at 22 years old. I'm 16 and I'm not attracted to anyone below 30 years old.
What?
Ah yes, the elusive reverse pedophile. Dating a woman with a career. Young sluts want the money up front. Old sluts are just happy to get some attention. Older women fed.
It's true though, man. It's true. They want to feel young again. They love feeling young again. If there's anything that I know about messing with older women, is they love when you make them feel they love when you make them feel like they're 20 again. They love reliving those years. It's their weakness. It's their bona fide weakness. Like, hey, you can't go wrong with it.
Me, slept with me, and sent me on my way with snack packs. Legit amazing. I'm 26 now, dating a 38-year-old after years of trying with women my age and younger. They are all social media obsessed narcissists.
True.
I feel like they're hyping up millennial women.
I don't wanna. I hate to agree with that, but it's just, man, for the most part, it's just, they're so fixated on the phone, dude. Like, it's so hard for me to come across people in general. They're not stuck to their phones. You just go to a restaurant, you go anywhere. It's like a waiting room or something where people are just generally waiting for some service. You're just gonna see everyone on their phone. Like, you'll be hard pressed to find someone who's just chilling, paying attention to the freaking atmosphere, open to random conversation.
You guys weren't around during the MySpace days. So as we talked about before in other videos, a lot of men are dropping out of college. The issue is a lot of young college-educated women.
Yeah, it's only natural.
This isn't new information. We all know this. Come on, this is common knowledge.
So the rate years ago was 60-40 on that last study that was referenced. So 60% of college campuses are covered by women now, women applicants. Imagine, and more men are dropping out of college. More and more men are dropping out of the workforce. We talk about that extensively here all the time. Men are becoming economically unviable for women. It's only natural that these dudes that are young, in the prime of their life, right, got the boy toying up every single day. They got energy, high test, and nowhere to stick their meat in. So, of course, they go for the old hat.
Bruh. Gotta find something.
Hagvaxing. Dude, it's beautiful. The cougar hunting thing has been around since the dawn of man. There's always going to be old, horny women that want these younger dudes obviously can go.
Dude, like, my mom has told me that older women get hornier as they become like teenage boys. So it's like two peas in a pod. They kind of match, right? So, like, I've heard men chill out as they age. They chill out sexually. Women, as they age, they do the reverse. They get crazier.
At the end of the day, that guy is young and he's going to eventually settle down with a woman that's younger than him when he's ready to. Right now, he's having fun. She's taking care of him financially. That's one of the biggest ones, period. It's financially being taken care of. The whole maturity thing and the getting taken out on lavish dates and nice gifts, that's nice. It's a complete switch up from the fact that you have to pay for every single thing when you're the man dating a woman younger than you, right? Now you get to relax and be taken care of and pampered. It's the other way around, but it's always going to be temporary. Unless you're really trying to get after that money, like you got a multi-millionaire heiress of some a billionaire company and whatever, and you're about to marry into an old money family and you're sticking it out, dude. Your girlfriend's 60 and you're 20. Yes, indeedy. You got to put in the work like all the other.
Yeah, fuck it. Hey, yo, whoever's in that, shout outs to whoever's in that situation. Whoever's just kind of like, you know what? She's much older than me, but I'm gonna look out for the family, man. I'm gonna look for the future. I ain't looking out for myself. I'm looking out for the family future. I'm gonna marry this hag and get the money, and I'm gonna be good to her.
Oh, now when you have a generation of men that are growing up destitute without any economic potential, why not look for the older ones that could provide you with some of that economic relief? That's what it is. Women have been doing it since the dawn of man, really. Resource extraction. Now men are doing it the same way. The younger guys with the older women. But, you know, it's underpinned by biology. The reason men like younger women is fertility and babies. So that's completely different in terms of taking care of her and having your offspring and all that shit, children, blah, 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 building a...
It's kind of like forced evolution, dude. Like, guys are... It really is deep what he's saying there, because it's just like, we're not supposed to look for that kind of shit in women. It's very unnatural. But because of the messed up circumstances that we're in, like, we're seeing an evolutionary shift. This is very unnatural, and this is very forced, and it's just like super chemical imbalance that's going on, man. So that I myself have definitely felt like, man, am I damaged up here? Like, I feel like I'm liking stuff that I'm not supposed to be liking. I don't know, man. And this is the result. This is what happens when the economy collapses and people have to adapt to survive. I mean, we're no different than animals, man. We do what it takes to like survive and to be able to continue to procreate. Fuck a whole breeding. That's what it is. Dudes are too preoccupied like being able to survive and get by themselves to be thinking about families, dude. Like, they're thinking about, man, how can I even get by myself?
He's gonna want his own legacy. He's gonna want his own children. And you're dating a chick that is in menopause. Children. Period. That's why it doesn't work.
Want college-educated men. See, Stacy is looking for someone college-educated who is making more than her. But not that many young men are on that level yet. Older men are, but not many around Stacy's age. But you know who doesn't care? Karen. Karen doesn't care about your lack of college degree. Karen wants to pick you up in her 2013 Toyota minivan and bang you in the back seat, then take you to Olive Garden. No strings attached. Unlimited breads. For basically all of human history, the most prevalent age gap was older men and younger women. But why? Well, it's because men are all disgusting creeps who should be thrown into work camps and castrated and forced to make us pumpkin spice lattes. But also, it's because younger women are more fertile, and the whole point of relationships is to make babies. Or at least it used to be. Well, at least in our lizard brains. That's the whole point. Now, let's be real, hagmaxing simply does not make any sense from a evolutionary biological standpoint. But it's 2024, we have surpassed the need for evolutionary biology. We can grow babies in pods and also kill ourselves in them. Our brains are full of plastic now. Babies don't seem to be the goal anymore.
The whole point of getting with younger women is to have a future. They have a future, they can bear children. Having children, if there's no freaking incentive to have children because you're barely even surviving yourself, why even care about that? And once you don't care about that, why don't you just, like, at that point, when you take the whole fertility out, low key, older women just invalidate younger women because they have more experience, they're more mature, they're just they're usually less of a hassle depending on who you ask and who you kind of, you know, like, some older women get crazier. It just depends on what kind of life they live, but generally they're just more experienced, just like more chilled out. They just know how to handle situations more because they've been in more situations and they've learned from their mistakes and whatever. There's just less chance of them going emotional and going crazy and then just making their life a living hell over one little mistake.
Those rotten eggs. Oh, editor, edit that out. No. Because when women cease to be handsome, they study to be good. So basically, she can't rely on her looks anymore and has to develop a personality.
Yeah.
But a young man dating an older woman for money, it's taking advantage of a woman's loneliness for their resources. Makes perfect sense.
There are women in their 40s hitting 50. There are 50-year-olds even that will just invalidate like your modern 25, 30-year-old is. Just like, the math ain't math, and it's like, hey, y'all are supposed to look better than Gen X. Like, why is I don't understand why Gen X is like so much hotter than y'all millennial, like, you know, millennials and, you know, Gen Z, like what? It's like, how?
Our older women will play games with your joystick. So I'm 26 and dating a 44-year-old woman and mother of 5. Reasons why we don't care. You just lost. Game over.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, so if it's not a money
Reasons
thing,
why
then...
we don't care. You just lost.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like that makes no sense, because like at that point it would be like you're definitely going in for the money, my guy.
This is just an easy way out. Start slinging that pipe for shelter, boys. I told you guys, you better get good pumping out that devil D and rearranging them guts, because that's going to get you paid these days. All these millennials, all these DEI hires, all this women first mantra these corporations are pushing has put women in these positions where they're out earning men by a large margin now. Get your money up. Deliver, rearrange guts on demand, get paid, invest in yourself, start a business, get free, get a younger woman, start a family. GG, no reap. That's all it is to it. If you enjoyed today's episode, make sure you subscribe. Let me know in the comments below if you've dabbled in HagMac. And we'll see you guys all.
Final thoughts. Yeah, everything there makes sense. Nothing there is of really any surprise. The way Bo handled it is pragmatic, practical, makes a lot of sense. A little bit of humor there. Yeah, there's not really anything of surprise to me. I'm not really appalled or offended by anything. I guess a few things. I mean, a few of the comments were kind of crazy. I seriously don't think like a guy is gonna look at another guy sideways for dating an older woman. I don't think that's really a thing. I think that's like an overreaction. And as for that guy that was talking about being with the 44-year-old, not for the money, who has 5 children, it's just like, what are you doing, my guy? It made no sense. Wrap it all up. This size on the next reacception. Alright, welcome back, gang. Episode 5. Let's wrap this up. We have an interesting one. We have Pearl on your Yu-Gi-Oh channel when he went through this divorce of Yu-Gi-Oh. It's going everywhere, so I mean, I might as well reaction to it, right? Not an animu greely on the screen for once, right? Thankful for that. Low-key. Kind of toxic. Alright, I'll shut up.
The argument that conservatives make is that men make more because of women, and that, you know, the men just need a woman to tame them and just make them better men. And from my experience, that wasn't the case. The case that I have seen is that if they make more money, the woman is spending it. And oftentimes women are more of a distraction to men than a benefit in 2024. So I want to watch this video, and he's actually going to come on the show Wednesday to talk about this. But this guy got divorced over Yu-Gi-Oh.
I need to say this, and I'm gonna say it straight out.
And by the way, this seems like a Christian guy. He's got, I can do anything through God who strengthens me. Seems like
he's just sizing him down immediately, no hesitation. That's funny.
Christian guy.
Wait, I am no longer married, and I'm divorced. When I met this woman and I told her about my Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, she hated it. She didn't like it.
He was, to give preface, he was a Yu-Gi-Oh YouTuber.
She said that, hey, you can do something better with your life. You should go back to school. So you know what I did back in 2016, 17, 16? I said, you know what? Maybe she's right. And you know what I did? I sold.
Let me take her up on their oh my god, school sells you a dream. Oh, they sell you a pipe dream, and that's how they get you. School equals better life. Oh, this and that.
All my equipment. I sold my YouTube channel. I sold all my camera stuff. I'm like, you know what? Maybe it is time to move on. Maybe it's time for me to do something better with my life. Not knowing that at that time, what I had was very special. At that time, something that I chose to do, YouTube, I had something going on. Even though I had some drama and stuff going on.
It's a classic case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sometimes somebody sells you this idea and it might seem all glamorous on paper, but it just doesn't work out, man. Everybody has their own pace. Everybody has their own kind of grind. If you've already, the thing is, for a man, the hardest thing is finding a grind. If you find that grind, you've got it made. But that's where most men struggle. Most men struggle in the way of like finding their grind. You gotta find the direction where you want to head at. Once you get to that grind, it's a lot easier for most guys. Maybe others have trouble actually committing to the grind, but you find the grind, that's it. You just keep doing what you're doing. Finding the grind, for me, is where it can be challenging.
Before, and I shut down my channel a few times, I had something that I completely gave up. I gave it up because someone said, hey, you know what? Maybe it is time to move on. You gotta do something better with your life. There gotta be something more for your life. And I sold all my stuff for a woman, and she's no longer here. And this problem persists. She told me at that time, hey, you wanna meet my mother? You need a car. Because I didn't have a car at the time. I was doing YouTube. I was working from home.
So she's saying spend more money. Because men are practical. He said, I don't need a car. Why do I need a car?
I need to drive anywhere. Yes, you.
Dude, especially, she's not kidding. I mean, with how car insurance is a scam. For a dude, for your average dude, they really got to take that shit into consideration. I mean, it's either I got a reason to drive, or I don't know, I'm gonna be riding dirty or something.
YouTube is what I did for a living. It's how I paid my bills. And I was street performing also. How did I street perform? I just catch the bus 20 minutes down the street, played my horn, went home. I never needed a car. But when I met this woman, you have to go back to school. You have to exercise. You have to get your degree. You have to do something better with your life. Even though I explained to her, this is what I chose to do. A woman comes in your life and try to tell you the plan that you chose for your life is wrong. And out of love, I choose to say, you know what? Maybe she's right. And I took a chance. I said, you know what? I'm gonna give this up completely. Like, for good. Sold the channel to Jobber. Sold all my stuff. Tried to go back to school multiple times. I don't want to say that I can't finish school, but it's certainly different.
That's the sad part. Where he went to school multiple times, he said. It's like, multiple times, man. You learn from one mistake. I'm sorry, my guy, but you just got to learn from one single mistake. You got to have the capacity there to just be like, never again, never again. You make the same mistake, you know, if school doesn't work out for you several times, I think that's more than a signal for you to stop.
Feels like I can't. I don't know what it is. And every time I talk to people, they just think that everything I say is just an excuse. You are a grown man. You are an adult. You can do it. It's like no one can see it from my perspective. It's like I am always wrong. When I study, what I do? Fall asleep. What do they say? Hey, you're lazy. You're procrastinating. You're choosing not to do this.
Classic.
Like, that's got to be something wrong with me. When it comes to school, studying, and staying on task and staying focused, I just can't do it. And I try, and I go back to school, and I pay all this money, and I pay all this money, and I fail, and I fail, and I fail, and I fail. Music has always been there for me, and I've always been great at it. People say that, hey, they try to test me. They say, hey, you know music, right? You know this person? No. You know this person? No. You know this person? No. Well, how are you a musician? I also get people saying to me, hey, what key is this in? I say, I don't know. Hey, well, they say, well, how are you playing? How are you a musician? How do you play so well? I am
It's
not
something
the type
else,
of person
and I'm like, what's
who's
happening?
smart.
And remember, a lot of men feel like that because the school system caters to women. It's run by women, and women tend to be better at like regurgitating information back to them. They're better at things like showing up to class, so they have more emphasis on things that don't really matter as much. Where men, you know, before I think it was the 70s or the 80s, the school system was just straight tests. You take the test and you do it. So if guys don't see it as useful to show up to class, they just won't come. Women will come anyway. So a lot of men go through the school system and think that they're dumb or whatever because they don't learn like women.
I don't know things, but I know how to.
Yeah, that's pretty on point. Men are more physical and hands-on a lot of times, and we just like to dip our toes there more directly than women. Women just are more catered to not having to move around much, and they can focus more typically when things are by the books. Right? Book learning, you know, just they know how to interpret that better. Men, we need to go and make our trial and errors. So that's just how we learn. So she's got a point there that you just feel dysfunctional as a guy going to a school. It's not pretty.
Do things. I know how to do things physically in a creative way. I'm not a type of person who retains things and hold on to things, who can read a book and then take a test pass it and go on. That's not me. I am a
Dude, like when I was at school to get my degree, man, I had to do so much like memory tests. I had to basically beat the information into me. It was a force that I had to. It was like forced habit that I had to enforce on myself to pretty much, like Pearl said, regurgitate information that was spat to me. It just didn't feel natural to me. Like the way that I like to learn naturally, it didn't feel natural, but I had to do it to get the degree.
I'm a creative-minded person. Anything that involves creativity, I can do.
So he's saying, I know how to do, I don't know these theories, all this stuff, I just do it, right? That's much more like men. It's, you know, it's much more how men operate.
At least to some degree, where people are like, oh, you do it so well. You ever thought about going to school? No, I tried. It doesn't work. So this is all tying together. I met the parents. They asked me, hey, what do you do for a living? I had to tell them I am a musician. I couldn't tell them I was a musician.
Oh, that question is so dreadful. What do you do for a living? It's like, like, where do I start with that? That's such a, that's like, you might as well, if you ask someone, what do you do for a living? You might as well ask for their life story while you're at it.
Musician. I am a musician. Then they said, hey, you have a degree? I said, I don't have a degree. My wife's parents did not speak to me for 2 years and told her not to marry me because I don't have a degree. What sense does that make? So I give up this YouTube thing. I give up my entrepreneurial thing. I try to do something that's not innately a part of my strength at all because I'm thinking I'm in love to do something for somebody to prove, and this continues on through the marriage. She says, hey, you need to find a hobby. I'm like, oh, let me play video again. So last December, last year, I start my channel up again. I buy my channel back from Java. Like, oh, she gave me the okay to go into a hobby. You know what she said? You're spending too much time playing those cards. It's either the cards or me. She literally said that. I'm like, you just said I need a hobby. I get into a hobby, and now you said I'm doing it too much. What is it?
So I don't know what it is, but again, this is something I found out from men. They get married and women hate whatever their hobby is and try to destroy it. So for some women, it's video games. They just can't let the men enjoy their video games. Other women, it's football. They can't let the men enjoy their football. You know, ladies, we have stupid hobbies too. I mean, we like the Kardashians. And the men, they don't care. They say, okay, go watch that brain rot TV. It's not my problem. That's our thing. We like makeup tutorial. You know, I like women's sports, even though nobody watches them. That's fun to me. I like playing. You know, so many men go into marriage thinking it's the thing that Matt Walsh is saying, right? Or Ben Shapiro's saying. And they get into this reality where this woman is trying to change who she is. And then they're saying, well, you just picked the wrong woman. Maybe he did. But do you think that he should be put on lifetime alimony for picking the wrong? Like, doesn't everyone make mistakes when they're young? Doesn't that happen?
She says, why are you into those cards so much? I said, hey, I need to make a video about something. And I haven't played this card game for 2 years, on and off. How can I make a video for my subscribers about something I have no knowledge of? And I try to explain it to her, but she don't get it. She thinks it's just cards.
They said it's literally doesn't matter what it is. The problem is the attention is not on her and she isn't interested in it and lacks a personality and thinks it needs to be about the status.
Play like Uno. It's not that way. Every 3 months, a new set come out, new stuff come out. I can't make a video about something if I don't know what is.
Oh, man, those people are so annoying. Like, it's just they're always finding like a reason to be nitpicky and everything, and it's just like just enjoy things as they are, and like just ride with it. Whatever happens, happens. Just kind of wing it a little bit, man. Ain't nothing wrong with just winging it a little bit and just being like, maybe I'm not a fan of this, but we'll see where it goes. I do it all the time.
I can't start my channel back up and just start making videos. I have to be in it. I have to learn about it and learn what's going on.
And this just broke my heart because she's trying to mold him into something he's just not. He's not the normal 9-to-5 guy. And I was looking at his channel. I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, so I have no idea what his stuff was, but I saw that
he's not a pro player, guys.
Views that he used to get 10 years ago, and they were crazy. They were really, really high. And because he wanted to do the right thing, he gave that up for her. And this is what switched my mind on No Fault Divorce. Should he be subject to that woman for the rest of his life that ruins anything he's interested in? I don't think so. You know, the idea of banning divorce, I used to say that, right? It's interesting in theory, but in practice, I don't think men like that should be punished for life for picking the wrong woman. Cut your losses, you know?
So she hated those cards. She literally cried because of those cards. And people say, hey, priorities, man. It's your wife, or, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. But then I'll be back at that point where I'm giving up things that I like, things that's a part of my life for someone else to feel happy. And I feel miserable in the process. I'm sitting there watching all these YouTubers come out and make videos and do all this stuff. They're traveling. I'm like, that's what I used to do. I love that. I miss that.
And you can just tell he's so passionate about it, right? You can tell that it's not even about the money for him. He just likes you.
Why can't you come along with my journey instead of...
Yeah, and YouTube is hard. So like when you have YouTube going on, that's a big up that you can have as a person, just period, man. YouTube is a hard grind to get yourself to the point where you're actually making legit money off of that. Not easy. I'm trying to figure it out myself right now as we speak. The hustle.
And then that's money gone from me. It's not about the money, but that was money gone from me. Then street performing. I said to her, hey, I don't want to move away from Baltimore. You might be thinking, why? That's where my home base is. My gig, my performances. Keep in mind, I didn't have a job. Like, when I say I don't have a job, like a real job.
that
a real
shit!
job is
Flip that
going
shit!
in 9 to 5. I didn't have a real job for over 10 years. It was YouTube and playing my horn.
Man, real job honestly shouldn't even be a term in 2024, or basically in 2025, more or less. Like, nowadays it's just like, I don't know, surviving, getting by, right? Like, there's no real job. It's just everything is a gig. You gotta self-employ. This is the age of self-employment, of just making yourself useful to society in whatever way that you can invent, pull out of your ass, basically. There's no such thing as a real job, because nothing is certain. You see, jobs got their definitions because of their security. Once you throw security out the window and everything's just kind of up in the air like dog shit shot out of the cannon, then there is no real job, because everything is just temporary, more or less, or just kind of like a shot in the dark and seeing if it freaking sticks, right?
That's how I paid all my bills. So when we got married and we moved out to Baltimore to somewhere else I didn't want to be, she said, hey, how come you're not paying the bills? And I was like, what? I have a job. I have a 9 to 5 job. I don't make enough from this 9 to 5 job to pay all these bills.
That's the other thing. The trads will say, well, have a stay-at-home wife. You're not a real man if you can't pay all the bills. Well, not all the men that are doing the infrastructure jobs of this country are paid enough to deal with the modern woman's spending habits. And they can't tell her stop spending, right? We have credit cards now. What is the man supposed to do?
I could street performing, and
they get sandwiched in debt. It's just a debt sandwich. Like, the wages are just not keeping up, and they think that it's this. do people become aware of like the way that everything is rising in price, and then the pay doesn't go up? It don't go up at all.
YouTube, I made enough money off of that to pay the bills. Now I'm working 9 to 5 all day long, and that's not a complaint, because there are people who do that. But I had something that most people wish they had. Most people wish they can go out, make some money, pay their bills, and have all day off.
And that's another thing. Time is more than money nowadays. So if you think about it, because you can sure go on ahead and commit yourself to a job, a day job, but guess what? That day job money that you get, those scraps, the main thing is that getting a real job is money that doesn't grow. It's money that doesn't exponentiate. Whereas if you get on a gig and you self-employ yourself and you get into some kind of business, you run some kind of business, yeah, sure, your income is not steady, but the thing can grow. It can grow. That's the big thing about it. So this is the economy of just, you gotta make or break, just nut or bust. That's what it is. You have no other choice, because are you going to try to stay safe and be with your crappy day job that gives you pennies on the dollar, that is just money that doesn't grow, keep you crawling back like a damn cockroach because, you know, you're stuck in full time? Or what are you going to do? Are you going to go and try to get on some hustle and then get some part-time job just enough to sustain that hustle and to put your money into other places that you actually really want to be at, the choice is pretty obvious. Get yourself a part-time and focus mainly on your main hustle.
That was a gift. That was something that I had. Now, you can take this video of me complaining, crying, I messed up. It is all of that. It is true. I am complaining. I am hurt. I made some mistakes. I did some dumb things. And you're right. It is my fault. I chose to sell my channel. I chose to give up this thing, not realizing, say, you know what? This is my YouTube channel. This is my life. You can't come into my life and dictate to me and tell me what's better for me because you don't see it from my perspective. And then get mad at me when I lose all of those things. I can't do what you think I should do. I've never been that way. It's like you're trying to tell me to run a race with no legs. You're trying to tell me to do something that I innately just cannot do. And when I say I can't do that...
You know, it's interesting. My dad always said to focus on what you're good at and to not really try to get good at what you're bad at and just outsource it if you can. Again, she's trying to make him into something that he just isn't.
In 2 weeks, I'll be moving out. I'll have my own place again. I'm starting over, starting my life over. And you guys know I couldn't make videos in the house. The only time I can make YouTube videos is when she's
Starting
gone.
over
And you might be thinking, oh, why is
definitely
that? She
where
would
you
come
want to
in here
go.
from my room and say, hey, you're too loud.
Beginning with a new change is exciting, to be honest. I don't know, maybe a lot of people are afraid of a new change, but starting over is it's nerve-wracking, but it's also really exciting. I look forward to it every once in a while when it's a great way to break the mold, one can say. Change is exciting for me, at least once in a while. I don't know for others, but yeah, everyone teach their own.
Hey, I'm trying to read. I'm like, wait, what? I gotta talk. I gotta make a video. I'm disturbing her. And yes, I'm venting and I'm ranting. If you stayed this long, thank you. But I needed to get this off my chest because it was brewing. Deeply hurt. And I hurt myself. I don't blame her at all. Everything that I've chosen to do is because I wanted to do it. I wanted to make someone happy. I thought I can be that person for someone else. And I thought I can do it. I thought I can get away from YouTube and Yu-Gi-Oh! And street performing. I thought I can go back to school and pass and get a real job and make some good money to pay all my bills. I thought I could be that man who could do those things. But the truth is, I have special gifts and talents that other people wish they had to be able to make money and do things in ways people wish they could. It's ironic, isn't it? It's ironic that I wish that I can go to school and work a 9-to-5 job all day long to pay all my bills. It's ironic that I want to do what people hate to do. They hate to go in and live a mundane life. They hate that. They want to have their own business. They want to make their own money. They want to have their free time. I had that. Literally, I would work 3 hours a day and have enough at the end of the month to pay all my bills and do whatever I need and travel. But that wasn't good enough for the person I was with. It wasn't secured enough. What if you didn't make enough? Was the question. What about medical bills? What about this? What about that? What about retirement? What about all the stuff? I truly want to do YouTube full time, not for a living. Yes, money comes along with it. And yes, my channel is dead, but I'll do it as a hobby because I like doing it and I can't give it up. I've made a video about not giving up before. I said I would never give up. I just can't. I enjoy making videos. I enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I enjoy being with my friends and doing those things, even at this age. Even 15 years later.
This broke my heart to watch because you could just tell how passionate he was about his hobby and how much he liked it. And I don't know why society, and I even see conservatives do this, they shame men for playing video games when Elon Musk is the #5 Diablo player in the world. I don't even know what Diablo is. I know it's some sort of video game. And if the men like it, why do the women have to tear down at the things they like and change him into something he's not? And we always hear women say that if he found me in the club, he can't tell me to stop going. Why do women think it's okay to tell men what they can and can't do? All right, guys, make sure you like the video on your way out and subscribe. And if you have any questions for this...
Yeah, it's just there's just a lot of things that go on in life, and some things are changeable, other things are just indefinite, and other things are just non-negotiable. You gotta be able to distinct those things between things that you can change for the better and things that are just innate within yourself. You gotta know your abilities, and that usually for your average guy, they get to know that part of them, I would say, depending on their later 20s, maybe in their 30s, they start to really get to know themselves. But until then, everything is sort of like a project. That's why a lot of young guys are just lost in the sauce, you can say, if they're just trying to find out where their direction is in the first place before they can begin their grind. Like I said earlier, getting on your grind is the easier part, but finding your direction is where the struggle is almost always certainly at for young guys, especially. Yeah, that's a good video. Pearl in the past has been kind of cray-cray, but this is a good video on her end, I would say. Gotta give it to her. She's coming off as much more balanced, much more well-rounded. Best of luck to her. I hope her future content continues to give this more balanced vibe, because this lady used to be kind of out there and not in the prettiest way. So peace, guys.
Hello, Past yRtR here. So remember to like and subscribe for more content, and of course, if speed runs tickle your fancy, you can always check out these videos that are gonna pop up real soon. I'm big on Budokai 2 speedruns as well as Pokemon Red, so see ya there. Come on, you come on, Yamcha, you're doing good. Nice, thank you, Yamcha. Good job, Yamcha. Good job.